Right, hey guys. So in prep for the 6.25 update, the relic weapons will release. Then at least the first part of making them will release, and I read somewhere along the lines that you had to, or have finished the Hildibrand quest, and for whatever reason I never got around to doing that. When it comes to side content like that, I kind of ignore it until it is extremely necessary to do it. So it does seem like it is necessary to do for the relic weapons, that is. How much do I know about Hildibrand quests? Not much, other than the community really pushes people to do it because it is a seemingly very funny side quest. Where does it start? It starts in order, right? I need to I need to bring up the Final Fantasy 14 website to see where it starts. Right, it starts in order. And it does seem like there's quite a few quests, so I'm not too sure how long it will take. I'm realizing there's a Rising quest, isn't it? Oh, this is the Hildibrand quest. Okay. Haven't done the anniversary quest yet, but should I do it now? No, you know, I'll do it later. Let's just get focused on. Did you hear that? Where did that come from? Oh, see if you can come close to Yoshi P. Right, so this is Hildibrand, right? The rise and fall of judgment. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I really have no idea in terms of the story what Hildibrand is. I just know that it's kind of slapstick funny, I guess. But let's see. An old acquaintance of women is at wit's end, and the businessman would have you help her. Have we met women before? I don't think so. If I've heard you've been busy as a bee dealer, it seems half the whispers that come my way relate to your comings and goings. I'm sorry, women, but I really don't remember you. Seeing that the quest does start in ARR, I don't remember you, women. Being the active type you are, I reckon you'd be interested in investigating some queer rumors, am I right? But before that, let me ask, ever heard of a name named Hildibrand? Yes and no. I say no. To hear him tell it, he was Eorzea's greatest and most famous inspector. Still, can't say I'm surprised you don't know him. To his credit, Hildibrand and his assistant had a knack for showing up when something shady was afoot. As for sussing out among us at the culprits, well, he had his moments, though I hesitate to give him sole credit. In a road 5 years ago, he gets it in his head that he's cracked the code of Messiah's 7th verse, Elamud, the calamity. All of it can be stopped. It's already happened though, hasn't it? He says, so long as he finds the hero of prophecy, and wouldn't you know it, the hero was Hildibrand himself. Huh. So he flies off towards Stadwood? Aye, that's right, he flew. Launches himself. What? He can fly? Launches himself straight into the air somehow, ridiculous as it sounds. Of course, it's only logical that he's got to come back down. Though it was only recently that we found his body. Is he dead? So what is happening with the story? I had reason for bringing this up. Ah, right, so Nashu, Hildibrand's erstwhile assistant, has since become an inspector in her own right. At present, she's investigating the queer rumors I mentioned earlier. Okay. She is a sweet lass, a bit daft, but sweet nonetheless. So I hear she's at wit's end. I want to help. The thing is, I prefer to meddle in the affairs of the living. Zombies are most definitely not my forte. Yeah, it's Hildibrand? I'm not sure where the story's going. It's real weird. So if you're willing, I'd be grateful if you lent her a hand. As for where to find her, she's like to visit Hildibrand's grave during the lich yard when she's frustrated. Try looking for her there first. Oh. Right, so even at the very beginning of the quest, it is really weird. Okay. I will do the Rising event maybe after the Hildibrand quest. So I can get the... I do believe it is the Emmet Selk minion. Where do we... Oh. Not in this house. Wait up. I'm lost. No. Right here, okay. I can fly also. Completely forgot. Huh. I haven't done these yet. Should I kill them then? Just 3, I believe, right? Oh, if only you were alive, Inspector. You'd know how to stop these zombies. Ah, you there, could it be? You've come to offer your services to me. Am I? Also, I forgot the glamour. The accessories. Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nashu, Agent of Inquiries, Extraordinary Inspector. Pleasure to meet you. At least that's what I'm trying to be. It's not quite as easy as he made it look. Inspector Hildibrand was a great man, a real Ilzian hero. He travelled the world, me and him, solving cases, thwarting evil. No matter the mystery, you could always count on the inspector to solve it with grace and style. But he killed himself because he flew into the air. Then there was the final case. The case of the century, you called it. How to stop the Red Moon from destroying the world. Also, I'm not sure what that camera pan was. Very weird. To save us all, he flew into the sky and all I could do was watch. Wait, are you telling me that during the Dalamid scene, he flew up into the air and did something? Then he came back down and he died. I don't think he's dead. Otherwise there wouldn't be quest. Okay, Echo. Maybe this will enlighten us. This is all a joke, a big funny joke, right, Inspector? Any moment now, you'll be bursting out the ground and shout, "Surprise! How'd you fooled, eh?" And we'll laugh and laugh. Hildibrand Manville, beloved son. Seems like he was a paladin. They say no one remembers the warrior of light. Their names, their faces, all gone forever. Whoa. Oh wait, was he a warrior of light? But I remember you, Inspector. No, gentleman, hero Hildibrand. I can never be the hero you were, but I'll do my best to try. Oh, she changed. I, not you, Inspector Extraordinaire, will carry on your legacy. So I told myself, well, Nashu, there must be a leader, a head zombie. Why? why are we talking about zombies here? Who tells the rest of what to do? Therefore, all we need to do is kill him again. That is. Kill who? Kill Hildibrand? Is he a zombie? What's happening? Unfortunately, I don't know where he is or how to find him. He is a zombie. Oh, he's alive. Oh my god, you've got the wrong idea. He's probably alive, Nashu. Now that you're here, my faithful assistant, you can try the one good idea I've come up with so far. He's definitely alive, right? I think she figured he'd be dead and he's still alive and walking, but she assumes he's a zombie. I presume. If you go where these dapper zombies were last seen in the southern land, you might find them, and then you could, you could become their friend and ask to meet their leader. Yes, that should. Oh. I don't know about that, Nashu. Participate in fate. Where is that? Quite far away. But also there's zombies? In Final Fantasy 14? What the hell? I don't think I ever realized. What is this above? Fate is going on right now. Can I should probably change to tank to get enmity. What do I kill? What? What? Am I supposed to kill this big guy? No? Is this underground? What's happening? What do I do? I think it might be underground. Oh, no, I'm being an idiot. I just have to wait here for the fate. Also, I should update my gear to at least relic augmented. I've yet to do that. I've yet to do that in quite a few of the classes. Since there is no cap for astronomy now, only for the new tombstone. I used to play a lot of Dragoon. Actually, I used to play a lot of different classes, actually. I didn't really mind. But for the most part, I did stick around with Black Mage and Dragoon. And Gunbreaker, mostly. Monk as well. And Ninja. In general, a lot of classes I tend to suck to, but Black Mage, Gunbreaker, and Dragoon was my shtick. But Dragoon... Yoshi P... At least I think it was Yoshi P, but whatever news there was, they were saying that they were going to rework Dragoon extensively. However, they felt it would be best to hold it for the next expansion. So I will drop playing Dragoon because it will probably change a huge amount. So getting used to the rotations and whatnot is essentially pointless because it will change. So I guess my main is Black Mage now and Gunbreaker. Wonder how long these fate take. I am also realizing it's probably best to clear out the fates, right? Because as soon as one fate disappears, it allows another one to spawn. So let's go clear out fates until we get this one. It's 40%. Someone was doing it and then stop. Oh, I also do have a blue mage, don't I? Which will help in some capacity. Because you don't have to sync for blue mage, do you? Huh. I guess you do sync. I could have sworn there was some sort of mechanic with Blue Mage where you bypass the Fates level system. I haven't played too much of Black Mage. Black Mage is only 50 something, right? 54. I'll be honest with you, the leveling got extremely tedious for me, so I just stopped. It's one fate. It does seem like that guy is doing fates to get his relic weapon. If I remember doing the Zodiac weapons, you have to do a bunch of fates, and there's a chance of dropping like a gem or something. You have to go around each zone and get materials from fates. Oh boy, this one's taken a while. That one will disappear in 3 minutes. This one is a boss, which might take a while. 49. Are you one of the big bosses? It kinda sucks when a quest is tied to a fate system, because you just have to sit there and wait. It is a boss fight. Can I? Something's targeted me. I want to come off an area where these guys won't aggro, but only just this guy. Never mind, they all aggro. Okay. Let's just do a bunch of combos into burst. And just stay here because they are doing no damage. Just waiting for the site. That one's being done. Those two are being left alone. Someone touched them but left them. Guessing this guy over here might come back to that. How long does a fate take to spawn? Oh my god. I think I might have to do these fates. And it truly is a AR quest. This tied to doing fates. That is not one of them. That one popped up. But it is 46. So I don't know whether that is a good scaling. That one is being done, I think. It's slowly going up, or it might be a... It could be that there's just a bunch of NPCs standing there. Fate right here, which is being done. What is your scaling? Are you going to take a while, or will you be quick? Oh, quick. I'm just gonna stay here. Could be that this one is blocking this one, so maybe I should go towards and complete this. I mean, I assume someone's doing it, isn't at 92. I guess no one's doing that, it's just a bunch of NPCs. Oh, yeah. Spawn. Okay. Fucking finally. Oh, he's doing the Mandeville pose. You are neither a gentleman or a zombie. No, actually I do remember doing this fate. but I never really paid attention. Leper zombies. Let's drag all of them. Right, tortoises. Oh, they have a short leash range. Ugh. Take the tail up. I should be able to pick this one up. Why are you just standing over there? Also, I'm not sure what the AoE is for. It does seem like it's for 3 enemies and not 2. A few zombies over there. Man, it fucking sucks though when you have a quest tied to a fate and you have to wait for no reason at all. That guy's angry. This should be the last one. Alright, there we go. Now we can go back to Nashu. I know the team has been going back and redoing certain encounters. This is one thing they need to do. They need to go back to the quests that require you to do a fate and completely change that. Did you find the zombies? You did? Wonderful. I've been busy. I've been busy too. The head zombie will rue the day he meets me, and you'll see. So tell me, what did you learn? The Duke Mandeville poses. Oh, so you weren't able to make any friends? That's a shame. This parchment, this is a map of Sogoli Desert. There's a spot marked here in the south, and look, there's something written here. A gentleman is rather than does. Sorry, what? A gentleman is rather than does. Sort of reminds you of, well, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us, assistant. Onward to Holy crap, when did I become assistant? Right, teleport here. This music, in particular, this one, is very good. There are zombies. Are you a zombie? Huh. Never realized they were undead. I don't think I've misread the map. Maybe they're just shy though. I say we call that. I say we call out to them and let them know we come in peace. And when the leader shows himself, we strike. Show yourself, our fiends. That didn't seem to work. Maybe we should try shouting something else. Ha. Okay, well. Top 1? Okay, I have to do the Mandeville or whatever line a gentleman is rather than does. They really are zombies, so weird. Who summons the gentle dead men? Why are there a bunch of zombies that are gentlemen? They live, and we hunger. My brothers, lend me your ears, a gentleman does not dine upon his guests. Nice pose there, Mandeville. Spare these two fair ladies your mastications. Withdraw, I say, harass them no more. Up in the sky, look, it's a bird. No, oh my god, are you serious? No, it's an airship. No, it's the inspector. We hear and we obey. Alright, hey, Hildibrand. Nice landing there. What's up with your shirt? It's all torn. It really is you. I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildibrand. Hildibrand? Who is this Hildibrand who you speak? Oh my god, he forgot his... He's forgotten his memories. My name is Zombiebrand, Devourer of Brains, Undead Overlord Extraordinaire. You want me to smack him over the head? Again? Ashu? What are you saying? You're not Undead Overlord, you're a gentleman, Inspector. Inspector, Overlord, Inspector, Overlord. Oh, Inspector, you're just confused is all, don't worry. Oh, no, some sense into that noggin of yours. Yep. Dude, now you should smack him around the head. Stay your hand, my lady. You know not what you do. Clearly she does. Oh my god, okay, I thought those were coconuts, but they seem like bombs. Even if I were the esteemed gentleman you purport me to be, the concussive force of blast is more likely to liquefy my... If crashing into the ground makes you forget, then an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying. Ashu? See, even you acknowledge the possibility that this plan will result in my... Oh, you gotta run, Hildibrand. Death. Nice face there. Wow, he just stood there and took it. Okay. Ooh, he did the ostrich. Should we help you? Also, how on earth did you get your head stuck into the sand? Normally I would applaud your ingenuity, Nashu, but I would have preferred that you found a more elegant solution, so he does remember. Ah, he remembers me. Inspector Hildibrand remembers me. Yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Oh, Echo. Right, so that guy said that he flew into the air and fell down. Oh. Guess we're leaving off here. Quite ominous. Okay. Oh. He really did come out of the ground. Huh. But I don't think you're dead? I mean, you're probably in a coma of some sort. Yeah, you do seem to still have your normal skin color. Ah, such a wonderful dream. I slew a dragon and yeah, he was in some sort of coma. Or sleep. Are you okay there, buddy? What is this place? And for that matter, who? Oh. Right, so he did forget his memories. Then he got ambushed by a few zombies. Oh, don't tell me they think he's a zombie because he came out of the grave. Oh, it's kind of nice actually that these guys are looking out for themselves. Nice pose there. Oh, is that when they started to turn into gentlemen zombies? I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, have awoken at last. I always knew you'd come back to us. Be it Red Moon or Black Dragon, no fiend is a match for the legendary might. And who might this fine lady be? Could she perhaps be one of my many Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ears, this dizziness, could this be a case? No, it's a concussion. Mild concussion, yep. Will not sway the Inspector Hildibrand from his true calling. Verily, it could be naught else. Somewhere nearby, dastardly doings are afoot, and only I can thwart them. Copious quantities of sand, unbearable heat. Aha, the Scully Desert. I'd bet my life on it. Yep. Which means I'll die is but a short trek away. Yes, it all fits. Only that den of iniquity could so violently trigger my keen investigator's sense. Fear not, law-abiding citizens. Inspector Hildibrand shall soon deliver you from evil. What do you have to say, Nashu? Which way did he go, dear? Did you see? Oh dear, I've got to find him. Ah, he changed my outfit too. Nashu. It's your short-term memory, like 2 seconds. Okay, so these quests might actually take a while. Or at least the Hildibrand storyline. There seems to be quite a bit of talking. Is it Agnes? Oh, it's not Agnes. What am I doing? It is Agnes. Hey Agnes. Beg your pardon, you wish to question me as to whereabouts of that deviant running around town dressed in rags? Do I look like a reporter of the Mithril Eye? I do not consort with perverts. Yeah. Silver Nettle, I do know the rising. I have yet to do it yet. I've yet to do it, so I will do it after Hildibrand. What are you looking for? Half-naked Highlander, what likes to catch what likes to scratch criminals? I think I remember a thing like that. If you do manage to find this inspector friend of yours, tell him to do something about that goddamn duelist. And my mate's past kid's best friend lost his blade the other day to that bastard. I'm sorry, what? Oh, tooth? Sorry lass, but if it's information you want, you He served best by going to women. The only rumors I've heard are those of the weapon thief. Calls himself a duelist or so I hear, but when you don't allow your opponents to refuse, well... Yeah, not much of a duelist if you're going around dueling people you don't want to duel. Right, hey women. Take it you've dealt with that zombie problem, eh? So, do tell me, just why were they dressing up like dandies? Women, hey women. Right, that is Hildibrand. Thou almighty bugger. Me with a bleeding spear, the dead have arisen and they're walking the streets of Oldar. Just this guy, not her. No need for a melodrama, my good man. As you can see, the reports on my death were greatly exaggerated. It's true, he's not a zombie, I checked. You do seem to be hale and healthy. Which begs the question, how in the 7 hells did you survive that fall? How far did he fall exactly? I question divine providence. What matters is Eorzea's champion has returned and that he, and by I mean I, shall bring this thieving duelist to justice. Heard about that, did you? Might be harder than you think, even I've got no inkling of that fellow's current whereabouts. Inconceivable. I refuse to believe that the ever-inquisitive, ever-ambitious, ever-reliable woman is without a single shred of information, even one of the dubious relevance. Well, I make no promises, mind you, but there was some talk of a fair maiden. What said her most? This knave assaulted a young woman as well. That audacity. I should fly to her at... Why, if it isn't the lady from Sagoli? Did they not realize I was just standing here? A serendipitous encounter indeed, unless you too seek the belligerent duelist. Do I? I was kind of just... What? Why am I here? Capital, it shall be invigorating to engage in a friendly battle of whips. Already the spirit of competition fills me. Come, Nashu, you must away. Why am I here? It's like I'm the third wheel. Damn it, Hildy, I ain't told you the last's name yet. Woman believes it would be best if you assisted Inspector Hildibrand with his investigation. Well dear, you might as well go after him. He'll be disappointed if you don't. The lady in question is named Yellow Moon. She's a woman with a taste for the finer things in life. Safe to say you'll find her getting fitted for something in the Weaver's Guild almost every day. Good luck with you Inspector. Huh. I guess they've promoted me to Inspector. Where is the Weaver's Guild? Should be able to just use the Aetherite. Is there gonna be fighting, I wonder? Because doing level 50 quests as a level 50 black mage is painful. Because you only get fire at level 50. Yellow Moon, here you go. My beloved pure heart was unlike any wonder you've ever seen. Elegant, refined, the perfect accessory for any cultured woman. You will bring it back to me, won't you? Hildibrand. Also, who are you talking to? Are you talking to Nashu? A priceless possession carelessly ripped from the hands of its owner. Could you stop posing, you weirdo? The lady weeps and the wind bears her sorrow to his ears. What gentleman could hear this clarion call and not beg the honor of championing her cause? What in the world? Exactly. My thoughts exactly, Yellow. I swear to you here and now, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, shall scour all of creation. All of creation? You're crazy. From the deepest pits of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens for your pure heart. What he said. Oh, she's talking to me. And you, my fellow servant of justice, I see your instincts are not to be underestimated, having guided you to this fair maiden's side. Yeah, you guided me here, Hildibrand. Yep, that definitely happened. Now then, Miss Moon, what can you tell of us of the theft? Theft, sir, to be precise. My pure heart was only the most recent item to be taken from me. Your pure heart? What? Your heart? Or is pure heart an item? I'm certain that I had it when I left home the other day. After I browsed the latest fashions at Sunsilk and took in a match at the Colosseum, I realized it was gone. So the time and location of the theft are unknown. Essential details without which we cannot solve the case. There is one logical course of action. Miss Moon, to coax the hidden clues from your memories, we must reenact that fateful day's excursions to the Sunsilk tapestries. Okay. I mean, it's not the worst idea to reenact it, to somewhat try and see if she can remember. But I'm a little bit worried at how this will all play out. I don't think it will just be simple acting. Let's see. Miss Moon, would you be so kind as to describe your visit in detail on the other day in question? Nothing unusual happened, but if you insist, I was pondering whether or not to purchase a new dress when a man approached me and confessed his undying love. What sort of man says that to a complete stranger, I asked you? Naturally, I was taken aback. I dropped my purse in shock, not intentionally, on his foot, and he cried out in pain and fled. Huh. So, but how heavy is your purse if it does that? If I may be so bold, Miss Moon, what strikes me as the most unusual happening? In any case, it appears... What are you doing? In any case, it appears... Are you... The tail? Something? In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to your theft. Let us proceed to Colosseum and see what you remember. Sorry, what is happening here? Speak with Hildibrand. Right, it's just down there. Am I supposed to ... Once again, Miss Moon, if you would be so kind as to tell us what you remember. Well, like before, nothing unusual happened. I felt like gambling that day and was debating on which match to observe. When a gladiator approached me from behind and confessed his undying love. Huh. Actually, I was taken aback. I whirled around and struck the man in the face with my purse in shock, not unintentionally. Unfortunately, since I was carrying a tremendous sum of money, my purse weighed about 6 score ponzes. I'm not sure. 6 kilograms, I presume? And the blow was enough to render him unconscious. 120 ponzes. Miss Moon, you are a remarkably strong woman. Well, she is a roll. Which is precisely why you were targeted. Oh, it's so obvious in hindsight. The thief you bore a grudge. No, it's more than that. He hated you with a passion. Okay. There sure are a lot of giant crates in order. At the Weaver's Guild, at the Sunsilk tapestries, and here too. Yeah, I did notice them. Lashu, what are you thinking? These crates are everywhere, dear. I wonder what's inside, but I don't see how we can open them. Ah, of course, I still have plenty of explosives. Oh, Nashu, please don't. Yeah, why don't you try? It would be fun. Fun? I don't know about this. Oh, I did not expect that. Oh, gods have mercy. Wow, there were people in there? I guess that explains the breathing. Isn't that Yoromin's pure heart? Inspector, oh. Why are they following her? Oh, well, she is rich. At the heart of every crime rests a single, unassailable truth, reached only by navigating a web of falsehoods and contradictions. Is that how it works? Hearken to me now. When a shepherd leads his flock, I shall guide you to my irrefutable conclusion. Okay. The gladiator professes his feelings only to be rejected and physically assaulted in response, wounding his pride as a warrior and a man. Resenting her prowess whilst recognizing his weakness, he carries out a more feasible vengeance. He robs Yoromun of her weapon, a pure heart. Of her weapon? Hildibrand? Inspector, we found a pure heart. These strange men were sneaking around town in wooden crates had it. It's not what you think. We're not thieves, we're devotees. Oh. Well, it explains the cult costume and why it's yellow. Yellow Moon is our sun and stars. We only wish to keep her safe from harm, and should she misplace an item from time to time, we'd collect it for safekeeping. Nothing untoward. You deviants were behind all the thefts all this time. You've been stalking me. What nerve? Such unbridled fury, such righteous indignation. We should be glad to accept the goddess's punishment. Oh my god. These guys are kind of weird. As expected of... Jurassic simps? Goddess devotees? But of course. I had you inspect those crates was a stroke of genius indeed. I don't think you did that, Hildibrand. As I was elucidating but a moment ago, those fiends are obviously the ones responsible for the recent rash of thefts, that is. Weapon thefts. Hildibrand, didn't you have a completely different theory before that? Those thefts were carried out by a single individual, you imbecile. Oh. Okay. As you've forgotten, the culprit is a duelist. He only claims his victims' weapons after defeating them in single combat. With your powers of observation, as great as you claim, you should have deduced that those buffoons in those boxes were incapable of such. Right, she's not wrong about that. So, the devotees are a completely different case. There is still the actual duelist. Ellie, that's her name. I should know. I'm a reporter for the Mithril Eye. My name is Ellie, and I've been investigating these incidents for weeks. Inspector Hildibrand, gentleman investigation and investigator and agent of inquiry, I presume. You're looking well for a dead man. And would you like to meet one of the duelist victims? I'll introduce you with pleasure. Right, cool. You would be willing to share such precious information with me? Your generosity is commendable, Miss Ellie. May this mark the beginning of a long and beautiful friendship. Yes, very good. The name of the man is... Huh? Where in the bloody hell do you think you're going? I haven't told you anything yet. And I guess she's gonna tell me who the gentleman is. And I guess we're gonna rinse and repeat. Having no other recourse, Ellie would instead tell you the identity of the victim. Right, cool. I suppose since you're the imbecile's friend, you intend to help him. Yeah, sure. The man you want to find is an adventurer named Humphrey. At present, he can be found at the Golden Bazaar. Cool. Good luck. The inspector may find his way there by the time you arrive. If not, then so be it. Huh. I wonder what will happen when he discovers the victim is a perpetrator as well. Perpetrator? So it's a bad guy. Where do we go? Ooh, all the way over here. Hi, I'm Humphrey, and you are... at last, again, I'm here, and Hildibrand appears later. At last I caught up with you. You there, young sir. I am told you are a victim of the marauding duelist. Me, a victim? How amusing. You amuse me. True, I was challenged by the duelist not long ago, but where he thought to find a whelp, he found a warrior of light instead. Okay, I defended my honor and my blade. See for yourself. You mean you won? That's amazing. Yeah, well, it's nothing compared to what I faced at Cartonu. Magitek to the right of us, Magitek to the left of us. I have a feeling you are completely lying, Humphrey. Stuck in the middle of Master Lu and... Master Lu Soir, we were. Core, he was a dab hand with the old magic. He was. I tried to save him, of course, but there's a limit to how many giant besties a man can. I feel like killing you myself, actually. Complete liar. That is no man of warrior of light. Tells them, Elazar. Tell them how he lost and surrendered a sword that was not his own. I, a scoundrel, I trusted that bastard with my father's blade, bid him to take it to a smithy for restoration. I think that's a bit of a thing. Anyway, even gave him gil to pay for it. Then he comes crawling back, sniveling and begging forgiveness for losing it in a duel, as if that's enough to set things alright. Look at me, you bleeding whoreson, look at me. My golden locks are no more. Oh, he molded out. I've gone bold from the stress and heartbreak. I swear to everything holy that you'll face a reckoning if you don't bring her back to me. Well, what do you have to say? Alright, he beat the shit out of me and took the old man's sword. He used gil to pay the Carisian. I have no idea where he or the sword is. What am I supposed to do? I can't give him what I don't have unless you help me to find the sword. That's what you do, right? Help people. Have you no shame? First you claim a legacy not of your own, then you beg others to help you with problems of your own making. You will refuse this, man, won't you? And what of Elazar's flowing golden locks? How will forsaking young Humphrey help the man he has wronged? We shall begin our search for the sword by questioning the people of the Golden Bazaar. What do you have to say, Eddie? The blade is rare and an ancient relic. You can't possibly think you'll recover it so easily. I don't care what Humphrey has to say. Abby? Antique swords. Oh, I haven't the foggiest idea about that. The traveling merchant, John Parr, is the one you ought to speak with, assuming he hasn't left. Okay. John Parr. Lululo. That boy should be ashamed of himself, robbing poor Elazar of a priceless family heirloom. Just goes to show how you should never trust an adventurer who claims to be a warrior of light. thieves and tricksters, the whole lot of them. May not be the most honorable solution, but mayhap you should consider giving Eleazar a counterfeit blade. Huh. The deception brings him peace in his final days. Would it be so wrong? You're not wrong about that. Benadryl. Eleazar's sword wasn't much to look at, but at least it was authentic. More than a few collectors have been tricked into purchasing counterfeit relics. He's over here. Right, this was the guy. I don't trust Lalafels. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of an ancient sword, at least not one of I can guarantee to be authentic. You see, anywheres I determine to be dubious origins, I immediately discard in the spring east of Camp Drybone. Although I have no swords for sale at this present, I may have disposed a facsimile similar design to the one you described. This presents a quandary, though I am loath to deceive an honorable man like Eleazar. A well-intentioned ruse may put his heart at ease, thus sparing the rejuvenation of his flowing golden locks. I am a little bit curious what his golden hair looks like, whilst we continue to search for the genuine article. Well, if there is a sword in that spring, it won't remain there for long. It's one of the more convenient sources of fresh water for the common folk in Camp Drybone. You should endeavour to be more optimistic, Miss Eddie. Like me, I say, we search for the spring first before declaring all to be lost. Am I going to end up doing all the work? I have a feeling that this will be a ongoing theme here. Right, straight in the middle. It occurs to me that I'm not fully yet recovered from my accumulated injuries. I would not be prudent to immerse myself in water, not without first coating it with a liberal application of salamander oil, that is. Indeed, on so many of occasions, on many occasion, my dearest mother attended my childhood scrapes just so. You understand the importance of physical rehabilitation, yes? Then you can assist me in pouring. Oh, I don't want to, Hildibrand. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? This comforting scent as though I am a child in her arms. Quickly now, before it dries. Need oil. Are you serious? I'm gonna smack you over the head. I'm just gonna pose like that while I apply oil. The pain multiplies manifold. Gently now. This arsehole. Oh gods. Oh gods. Yes, at last my muscles slacken and soften. The warmth spreads and the pain becomes pleasure. Okay. I have to massage him again. Are you serious? Right there, yes. I don't want to read this anymore. Keep doing it just like that, just like that. Yes, now, once more with feeling. Oh my god. Hildibrand, I'm gonna smack you. Never before have I received such splendid ministrations. Now then, into the spring. You as well, my good woman. You asshole. Muddy pebble. That's quite big for a pebble, I'd say. It's more like a rock. Right. Holy pot. And then a muddy bottle. Right, back to Hildibrand. You've been productive. Excellent. May I see what you found? No sign of the sword, Jujunpa. Shouldn't I see? Ooh. What has happened? Oh, more wet. What was that anyway? Did something cause you to... Oh. It's the sword. Oh my god. Once again, my instincts have guided us to our quarry. That I had you search that section of the spring was a stroke of... Oh, are you ill now? Inspector, it's bad for your health to conduct investigations in those clothes. I'll go to Uda and fetch you some new ones. How thoughtful of you, Nashu. While you are there, purchase a few bottles of hair tonic for Eliza as well. The newest, most potent blend you can find. Is his hair actually gonna grow? Is that not wonderful, my friend? Soon all of Elazar's woes will be no more. Can I? No. Not yet. What? I believe I can do it in this sanctuary, right? I think they updated it so you can do it in sanctuaries. No. Oh, counted. Oops. Don't mind this. There we go. Right, is his hair gonna grow back? I don't know if... I don't think it will. How can it grow in like a few moments? Right, Elazar, is your hair gonna grow? I don't know. I don't think it will. As promised, I'll return to you your father's ancient blade. Aye, it is her. Every chip and scratch is just as I remembered. God bless you, sir. I never expected you would go to such lengths for two strangers without thoughts of reward. Altruism is a rare trait these days. It's common enough if you know where to look. A gentleman recognizes the good soul in every soul, and understands that none deserve to be forsaken. I would still like to smack this guy in the face though. For lying. Spoken like a true gentleman, though your garments beg to differ. Right, Nashu. I've brought you a change of clothing. I've also brought a supply of tonic from this peddler I met in Pearl Lane. Did you buy the right things, Nashu? Excellent work, Nashu. If you would bring me that case. Right, are you gonna go change now? That's your tonic for your hair. Is someone peeping on us? Oh? Are you okay there? I think that went into your frontal cortex. Right into your brain. There appears to be something lodged in my forehead. Could it be a missive from an adoring admirer? I don't think so, Hildibrand. It is incredibly sharp. Oh my god. What is that guy doing in the background as well? What is going on in the scene? The author neglected to pen her name. I shall come to claim the collector's blade. Is that supposed to be flattering? This guy in the background. No, you. It's supposed to be intimidating. The jewelist wrote this. He's daring you to stop him. Ah, okay. What is with that expression? You challenge her for me? Oh, at last the curtain rises. Very well, if I am to duel the jewelist, I must dress for the occasion. Okay, go get changed, Hildibrand. Are you okay there? I don't think it'll work. Oh. Don't tell me it actually worked. Are you fucking serious? What is happening? I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, accept your challenge. Is your boat head that shiny? In the back? He's incredible, so bold, so majestic. B-A-L-D. It's like the Warring Lights. No, a gentleman of light. Oh my god. He is exceptionally something. Exactly how I feel, Eddie. Oh, Inspector Hildibrand, you look amazing. Oh my god, he actually got his hair grown. He's got Cloud's hair, what the hell? What the fuck is happening? Oh. Hildibrand, ... Guessing that's your duelist. This is far from the strongest of swords. Who is that? The blue skies in a rolling desert. How much longer must I seek the Blade of Legend? Guess that is the duelist. Okay. Oh. That's a cool outro scene. Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You should not claim them. Is this an anime? What is happening? Oh my god, okay. The three collectors. Hey, I know that bit. What the hell happened? Okay, don't fall. I'll show you. That's the one I found buried with the pumpkins. Pumpkins sort of remind me of him. No, it's gone. Never mind. Huh. Okay. Next quest. Next episode, I guess. The chance you are curious about Judas' declared target. It so happens I've identified the weapon in question. The treaty blade is part of an Ishgard noble's collection, or was, I should say. No, it has not yet been stolen. It has been purchased by an Odan collector, the wife of a wealthy merchant living in Vesper Bay. Suffice it to say, I would be remiss in my duties as a reporter were I not to investigate her. And should the jewelers strike whilst I am present, well, I hope I needn't explain what a golden opportunity that would be. Ingratiating myself to her may prove to be the greatest challenge, though I'm told she is quite a difficult woman to please. Fortunately, I am told that she has a fondness for rare flowers, the sort to see in dry bone cells. You can come along if you'd like. So let's go get flowers for the lady. Here you are, miss. Thank you for your patronage. Was it love or money? Or that you, was it love or money that you killed him? What is happening? It was you? You got mad. This was a Mauser arrow in his back. I don't even know how to shoot a bow. A Mauser? Don't shoot fleeing unharmed merchants. They capture and temper them. Not that you or your victim make for convincing merchants. If you're going to misrepresent yourself, put some effort into it. Wear gloves for God's sake, or at least don't wave your hands in front of my face. Calluses on your fingers betray you as a veteran archer. Doubtless you used your skills to great effect 5 years ago, as did your partner. I don't think calluses necessarily mean you guys an archer. You just be a hard-working lad. So I ask, was it because he took from you your share or your sister? You don't touch a man's kin, he knew that, and yet he... Oh, so he did that. Damn, I thought he did it for the money. You two, he's all yours. Yes, of course. Thank you for the help, Inspector. At least he's confident, but when did investigating crimes become such a popular profession? Not his job, you know, he just likes doing it. He belongs to one of Ishgar's high houses. Some say he's a baron. Not at all like that buffoon Hildibrand, don't you think? I try not to think about Hildibrand. We should get going. Lady Derilda will not take kindly to wilted flowers. Right, her name is Derilda. Where do we go? All the way over to Vessel Bay. Right, one thing they actually need to do is put an aetherite in Vesper Bay. Because I know during AR you're going to go to Vesper Bay so many times and you have to go to Horizon and do that. A very long walk because you don't have the mount. I know they give you the tickets so you can teleport, but I think for most people who start out in Final Fantasy XIV, they don't realize they have it and end up never using it. Hey, Deruda. Again, as I told you, the last 22 came before. If you come looking for work, you are too late. And even if I were in need of additional security, I would not deign to hire a common adventurer. Whoa there. Now remove yourself from my sight before I have you removed. Oh, just a flower completely changes her demeanor? Do you really think I could be so easily manipulated? Present the right gift, speak the magic words, and you would earn my respect? What is more, a flower's beauty is fleeting. I value beauty which transcends the boundaries of time, everlasting, enduring, unchanging, like mine. Oh, I'll get out. Wow, she has an eagle on her. Forgive us, Lady Derilda. We need no disrespect. We were afraid that you would not heed our warnings otherwise. A notorious violent thief is plotting to steal the treaty blade. You fools, I shall come to claim the collector's blade, yes? I read the mithril eye, I know full well of whom you speak, and it is of none of your concern. I have a legion of guards at my disposal. Should he try, I will have him seized or worse. And even if by some miracle he should succeed, he will not escape my wrath. For I have retained the services of a certain Oh. Tell me, Hildibrand. Ah, but you may see for yourself, like every piece in my collection, he has been chosen with the utmost care. Now look upon my peerless inspector, interlopers and despair. Is either it the Ishgardian or Hildibrand, I wonder? Who is it? Oh, it's Hildibrand. I do it. Okay. Ships that pass in the night, a signal shown in the darkness. The lady cries out for a guardian and the gentleman must needs oblige. Lady, you said you picked out everything carefully. I don't know if you did so this time. I swear to you, here now, I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall neither slumber nor sleep until the fiend who covets the treaty blade is brought to justice. Looking dapper there, Hildibrand. My lady, what brings you here? Are you come in pursuit of the jewelist as well? Or perchance in pursuit of me? Hold your horses there, Hildibrand. Oh, as if I would spend a single gil on an insufferable incompetent. Right, it's debated. It was the Ishgardian. To be fair, you are not spending a single gil on me. Right, you've got competition, Hildibrand. What will you do? A chance to investigate such an intriguing case is payment enough. Preemptive declarations of criminal intent are hardly in vogue. Sorry, I'm late. Busy solving a murder. Briarden. Consulting Inspector, at your service, my lady. Oh. What will you do, conniving Inspector? Consulting Inspector. Sniff. Rotting flesh and saltpeter. Hildibrand, Manville, and Nashu Makaraka, I presume? Two rank amateurs playing at a profession of which they know naught. Yeah, and I would not call you a professional because you are not. You don't even consider yourself a true inspector. Likewise. Call me when you finish with these issues. Oh, hey girl, what's wrong? You see, I do not want nor need your help. Briarden is more than capable of overseeing the transfer. Now get out, all of you. Oh, it's her daughter. Where have you been, Maria? And where's my vase? It was this strange flying thing, and vase, I dropped it in the water. I was so... Oh, don't scold her. The vase once belonged to the Royal House of Thorn. Do you have any idea how much it was worth? You'll go back outside right now and search for the vase. You are not to return until you find it. Do I make myself clear? Lady, you have servants to do this shit. Don't make your kid do it. My lady, pray allow me to go in the girl's stead. It is not safe, for she herself spoke of a ferocious wild beast. I feel sorry for her. With my unmatched investigative skills, I shall swiftly locate and recover the missing vase, thereby earning your respect. At which point you will gladly grant me permission to investigate the thieving duelist. Verily, it is a plain fiendishly clever. Is a plan fiendishly clever in its intricacies? Okay. Not when spoken aloud. Not wrong, Eddie. Not wrong. Miss Maria, would you be so kind as to tell me what exactly happened? Did she not make that expression towards a kid? You're gonna scare them. I picked up the vase in Odar like Mother said, and I was on my way home. I was crossing the bridge, and then the flying thing came. I got scared, so I ran. So when I stopped, it was gone, but so was the vase. I think I dropped it in Nofika's wells. Okay. I went to go and look, but there was this, there were scary looking things down there. I'm scared to go alone. Alright, girl. We will go fetch the vase. You are no longer alone, Miss Maria. We shall go together and look for the vase. All 5 of us. All 5 or just me? All 4 of you. I'm going after Inspector Briardin. If the duelist strikes, I mean to be there. But, Eddie, how can you ignore the plight of a young girl for the sake of this story? Well, that is a report for you. Because that's my job, you imbecile. Well, we shall not be derelict in our duty to justice. Come, Nashu, we must away. You don't even know what the bloody vase looks like. I guess I'm going to be told what the vase looks like. Maria, dear, listen, if it gets dangerous or if you feel afraid, you run to this adventure for help. You understand? Yep. Come to me, not Hildibrand. I will protect you. Hildibrand's a weird fellow, but he has a good heart. I don't care what the mum says. Or has for dialogue. Right, so 3 different spots. 3 wells. Interesting. Can I go over there from here? Or will there be an invisible wall? It doesn't seem to be. I guess we're going for this one first. Flamboyant oath. Hey buddy, you're the guy, you're the Judas. Pox upon that thieving demon bird. He shall rue the day he crossed paths with me. Oh, a bird. Huh? A vase? I know naught of what you got. Cast this infernal refuse underfoot. Every point is a dagger. What's happening? Oh, green chicken, what the hell? Why is that green chicken? Is that your green chicken? Sandman. Really weird name. Vase? Well, anything that falls in water is like to be swept downstream fairly quickly. Does this have anything to do with that queer winged beast I saw earlier? No? Never mind then. So everyone is talking about some sort of bird. Where is this? Up. Oops, went over. That girl, what run by earlier? I seen her. Had something in her hands, but I dropped it while crossing the bridge. Didn't get a good look, but I reckon it don't matter any road. Whatever it was, it's long gone by now. Swept downstream. I should have went this path instead of doing it the other way. Yeah, I was supposed to do it the other way. So this was the object. Is it broken? Because it did say something spiky was poking him. Yo, I spied a treasure vase of Lady the rotor over. Oh dear. Yeah, probably broken. Yep. Yeah. Sorry, girl. Does this belong to you, child? Oh, also, was that green chicken? I think that was the flying thing. Forgive me, I was so engrossed in my search that I did not notice. You search for what, pray tell? The demon bird that absconded with my weapon. I set it down for but a moment, only to see it next in the talons of that accursed creature. Gave chase, following to these waters in my haste, I must have stepped upon your face. Don't fret, Maria. I know it looks bad, but I'm sure Inspector Hildibrand will think of something. Do you have anything? Oh, but I already have my faithful assistant. Hearken to me now, for as the rising sun doth dispel the dark, so shall my solution resolve our dilemma. Huh. Okay, what do you have? First, we must gather as many fragments of the vase as we can find. Okay. Why is there a green chicken? Why is there a green chicken? Right, what do you have, Hildibrand? Come to present your findings, have you? Splendid. Let's have a look. Hold on, my friend, this should be more than sufficient for our needs. He has performed miracles with far less after all. Okay, who are you talking about exactly? Oh, we get a dance. Interesting. I have seen so many people doing this dance, but I don't have it. So now I finally have it. There is one person in all of Eorzea capable of reconstructing this face. A man whose skill in the hammer has brought rival goldsmiths low, so breathtaking are his works, so fearsome his competitive spirit. This man is no mere goldsmith. You speak of him as one would of a great warrior. Once a notorious gang of thieves perpetrated a series of robberies in Odar, targeting establishments which sold luxury goods. One such shop was owned by a humble lapidary of whom I speak. Okay. His was the last shop the thieves struck, but the following morning they were found beaten, bound, and gagged in the gold court. Brass Blaze never learned of who was responsible. The only information they had was the testimony of a thief who kept muttering the words, "The hammer." The hammer. He got smacked with a hammer. He sounds dangerous. Aye, he does. And I do so enjoy the company of dangerous men. Huh. Okay. Oh my god, it's Gilgamesh. What the fuck? I didn't realize it was Gilgamesh. But what are my manners? I've yet to properly introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh, and that is my companion Enkidu. Oh, I was wondering, I was really confused as to why there was a green chicken. Okay, so Gilgamesh... Oh, is Gilgamesh the duelist? Because he goes around searching for weapons, so I guess he is the duelist. Interesting. Oh, not really. It has been many moons since I lost her, so to ease the burden of loneliness, I tamed Risa and painted it green. Well, it seems fond of you, Gilgamesh. In any case, you mean to search for the goldsmith, yes? If so, it would be my pleasure to help. The pleasure is all mine, Gilligan. I, Hildibrand. First name wrong. Hildibrand. I, Hildibrand, agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, bid you welcome. If that is hard for you to remember, I give you leave to call me Gil. Excellent, sir. Hildibrand, come on. Excellent suggestion, Greg. That's actually one of the most insulting things you can do, right? In general, in life, is if you call someone after you've learned their name, after you've told them what your name is, and they give you a completely different name. That is horrible. Respect. Excellent suggestion, Greg, and Hildibrand is doing it. Playful monikers are effective means of building camaraderie. Call me Hildy. Now then, from what I know of the guildsmith's propensity to procure his materials himself, I have decided that he is most likely to be found in the vicinity of Blue Fog in northern Land. It is there we shall begin our search. Right, off to Blue Fog to find the hammer guy. I wonder if Gilgamesh is gonna keep that chicken. A doubling carcass. Why are we looking at this? Oh, I should probably eat Putinashu. If a Doblin became a zombie, would that make it a Zoblin or a zombie? Interesting, Nashu. Mysteries of life. The Dublin's wounds indicate that it was felled with a hammer. Ooh, a trail of bloody footprints leads to the north. I don't think it's been dead long. Maybe whoever did it is still around. Okay. So it does seem like the hammer guy is towards the north somewhere. Oh, hey Gilgamesh. This goldsmith is not to be trifled with. The basilisk's wounds indicate that it was felled with a hammer, a trail of bloody footprints. A single blow. Interesting. Even Gilgamesh acknowledges this guy. Interesting. Hildibrand, what do you have to say? His handiwork is unmistakable. Corpse is still quite warm. So he's definitely very close then. The Doblin, the Basilisk, and this Ahriman all were slain with a hammer, as was that beast over yonder, unless I am mistaken. What is over there? Holy shit, a chimera. Wow. Did he kill that in one go as well? That chimera must be his latest prize, which means he must still be about. Mayhap he is watching us at this very moment, attempt to ascertain our intentions. He was ever a cautious man when on the hunt. Alas, it comes to this. Though every fibre of my being cries out in rebellion, I must break my oath and do the unspeakable. Do what? Exactly. What must she do that is so terrible? I must dance. Okay. Yep. Let's do this then. Sure. Oh my god. I'm a Mandeville. I'm a Mandeville man, doing what only a Mandeville can from the peaks of Corthus to Thunderland. Mandeville man. Okay. I cannot avert mine eyes. Seems to have gotten Gilgamesh. That is the dance of House Mandeville, passed down from father to son. Were I to perform it within the sight of our quarry, he would not be able to resist revealing himself. Okay, I'm not sure that's how it works, buddy. Alas, I neglected to properly stretch my legs beforehand. Yep, you should definitely stretch before you do something like dancing. My good woman, I see no other solution. You must dance in my stead, though it may be a gross unconscionable violation of my family's traditions. I must bequeath to you the mandeville. Huh. And that's where we learn. Okay. Oh, I just straight up learned it. I would have figured it'd be a cutscene of sort. Where's the emote session? I finally have this emote. I've seen so many people with it. Now I know the story behind it. Cool. I don't like this pitch. The time has come for you to do what only a mandeville can. Interesting, we are as siblings now, my constant comrade. For I have shared with you the secrets of House Mandeville. Hildibrand, I don't think you realize that people can also learn it by seeing. Now you must use that knowledge. Go to the fallen chimera and dance like only a mandeville can. Why am I dancing towards a corpse? Why is this happening? Well, he did say to dance and it'll bring out a person, but why would it? Wasn't it by fate? Okay, what's gonna... Oh, that's the hammer. Many hammers. Oh my god, am I seriously gonna dance? What is happening? What is happening? Why is it such a dumpy dance as well? It's so dorky. Oh, even his chicken is like, what the fuck? Fancy yourself a mandeville, man. You would do what only a mandeville can, then lift your legs and put up your hands. Be a mandeville man. Okay. So this guy knows the mandeville dance. He comes. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay. Also, I think I recognize this guy from, like, relic quests. Don't know if I can... I think I might have seen this guy from... somewhere, I can't remember quite. Oh ho ho, you have naught to fear from me. Naught at all. The only accounts I came to settle were here. With the chimera. He seems to be scared. As would anyone be. Godbert. But you were not strung here by some coincidence, were you? No, you came in search of me, Godbert. Why else would you gyrate your hips in such a gentlemanly fashion, if not that? I don't know if that was gentlemanly. It looks very dumpy and bulky. Hildibrand just left. But more importantly, how in the hell did you learn the mandeville? If I did not teach you, then who? Oh my god, is that That's Hildibrand's dad, isn't it? I see. Hildibrand. Come back. You've got it out for yourself now, don't you, boy? Don't run, he'll chase you. He will chase you. Oh, by the grace of Thou, what sorcery is this? He lives? Uh-oh. Oh. You are so dead, Hildibrand, when he catches you. Run, boy, run. Oh my god, I'm sorry, you're not running away from that Giga Chad. Look at him, he's so stacked. You might as well accept death, Hildibrand. Oh my god, he's so fast. What the fuck? Are you serious? He did an LB? Why would you do this? He's dead. Yeah, don't mess with Godbert, I've learned. Ostrich, again. 10 years, Hildibrand. 10 years since you left home, and 5 since I learned of your trip to Dalamud. Damn. Well, I guess it serves him right. You didn't tell him. How long were you planning to allow your mother and father to suffer under the illusion that their beloved son was dead? Son, you are Hildy's father? He's doing the Madville dance. Godbert the Goldsmith's a Madville man. Smithing as only a Madville can. Oil him up and give him a tan. Fit for a Madville man. He's alive. I'm surprised he's alive, taking that massive hit. Please, father, cease your undulations at once. There are more pressing matters at hand. Oh, right. I completely forgot what we were doing. Oh, right. He's the goldsmith, I presume. So he will fix our vase. Right. It doesn't seem to realize. Hey, Maria. This antique vase must be made whole once more for the sake of Miss Maria. Okay. Oh, are you gonna smack him? Oh my god, he's bigger than Hildy as well. Ha! Do not worry, little one. I deal with worse cases before my morning bowel movement. Okay, too much information there. Buddy, I don't think smacking. What the fuck? How did that happen? How did you do that? With a hammer? Hold your applause until the very end. Bergot, guide my hammer. Oh. Bergot, right. Bergot is the one with the hammers as well. One of 12s. Listen, Godbert, I don't think... What the fuck? How did you do that? Look at how it sparkles with the twilight, how it radiates with elegance. Would you all not agree that is a work of art? Hildibrand's got a point there, but maybe this will be more value? We've completely destroyed the priceless antique's historical value. Nonsense! I've taken a dull, unremarkable vase and transformed it into something far more superior. I hope you were paying attention, Hildy. How long has it been since you held a hammer? Father, that is not my path. I am an agent of inquiry, an inspector. It is my duty to help those in need. Miss Maria is one such person. There are others who... innocent people whose weapons were callously ripped from their hands by a thieving duelist. Hildy, I think that is Gilgamesh, buddy. And I guess Gilgamesh is just not acknowledging it. I thought you had put away childish dreams. No matter, you will understand in due time. Huh. Don't tell me this is the reason why I should do the Hildibrand quest, because... I guess Hildibrand's gonna make our relic weapons, maybe. No, I will not. I am an inspector, father. I cannot be else. Mr. Godbert, sir? I don't think my mother is going to like what you did. She probably won't let Mr. Hildibrand, well, help with the investigation. We cannot say that for certain, can we? Mayhap she will take a liking to this, reimagining. Not wrong about that. Oh my god, what is with your facial expressions, Hildibrand? You You spoke of a thieving duelist, did you not? It so happens I am something of a duelist myself. Were we to cross paths with this fellow, I would welcome the opportunity to pit my skills against his Enkidu as well, I should think. Also, I didn't realize Gilgamesh had a pet Enkidu. What does it originally look like? I see you possess a strong sense of justice. Full glad am I to have met you, Greg. Hildibrand, please. Now let us return to Vesper Bay and see how our vase is received. Vesper Bay, you say? What a coincidence. I shall be traveling there on business once I have finished gathering materials. Oh, that is why he's going around smacking stuff. He's getting stuff for crafting. Oh, I think I might have seen the demon bird which took my weapon. Go on without me. I shall follow anon. Why is Gilgamesh suddenly in our gang? It's very random. You seem to have a gang of people. Where do we go? Vesper Bay. I would not have expected Gilgamesh to be in our gang. Let's see how Maria's mother will take to this. I hope she likes it. Let's see, I do hope she likes it so Maria doesn't get scolded. Mother, I brought you the vase. My gods, have you... Oh, no shame. How dare you make my daughter complicit in your chicanery. Likewise, you sent your daughter out to do stuff with vase when you clearly have servants to do that kind of stuff. Let the kid play, not do chores. I don't know where you found this gaudy trash, but it bears no resemblance to whatsoever to the vase I purchased. Oh, she doesn't like it. Now see here, Lady Derrida, not only did you send Maria to fetch your priceless vase alone, placing her in considerable danger should bandits or wild beasts attack, which they did, but... Exactly. Derrida. What a horrible parent. Holy trash, I believe that might be odd, but let's see. Lord Manville, sir, I did not realize you had arrived. Right, now that Manville... Godway is here, I guess she will change her mind. What a fickle lady. What is that get up, Godbert? Please. Though I know it is nothing compared to the lavish accommodations an esteemed gentleman such as yourself must enjoy, I pray humble abode meets with your satisfaction. Oh boy. Godbert is Hildibrand times 5. Oh, it does, my lady. It does indeed, especially that exquisite face over yonder. Although I gather from your previous comments that you do not like my reconstruction. Your reconstruction? I don't like this lady. Oh ho ho. I don't like it. I love it. I would go as far as to call it a new centerpiece of my Thorn Dynasty collection. Ah, what a relief. I would have been most distressed had you said otherwise. We Manvilles do so take our pride in our work and ever strive for professional perfection. Oh, but why am I repeating what my son Hildibrand doubtless told you when he offered to investigate the jeweler's threats? But it's definitely putting the power card here. Enough expository banter, I say. I cannot recall if your son used those precise words, but I do remember thinking that his help would be most welcome. You will be helping us, Inspector Hildibrand, will you not? Oh god, I hate to say. Wait a minute, your father is Lord Godbert Mandeville, the man who took Eloandi's quivering seat on the Syndicate? It appears there have been a great many developments over the past 10 years, of which I was completely unaware. In any case, we must redirect our energy towards the investigation of the thieving duelist. Our first order of business will be to review all facts with consenting Inspector Briarden. Alright, so... Yes, we will go to the other Inspector. I do want to see what Maria says. I think she likes it. My god, but I hope I did not speak of it much earlier. My wife would describe it as a proclivity to pontificate, but I prefer to think of it as a earnest desire to establish rapport with my fellow man. Yep. Pull the power card. Come, we have a thief to catch. Right, cool. Where's Briarden? Right here. Alright, what's up, egotistical man? Why are you still here? Allow me to elucidate. Lady Dorilla has asked that we assist with the investigation. Now kindly share with us all your information. Fine. Our plans advanced to a stage that even you couldn't ruin them anyway. I commissioned several reproductions of the Treaty Blade through a merchant named Jojonpa, who traffics in counterfeit antiques. These blades have been delivered to the observatorium, where they are being distributed amongst Lady Dorilla's sellswords. Once I give the order, they will transport them via alternate routes to Vessel Bay. Oh, I think I get you're heading the road transport with a bunch of decoys, right? They're all decoys. The moment the thief strikes, all of our forces will converge on his location, including those disguised as small folk along each route. The real Treaty Blade will remain in the original owner's vault until the thief has been apprehended. Yep, it's definitely something I would do as well. Everything has been accounted for. You are superfluous. That being said, doesn't mean the vault is unharmed. What do you have to say, Hildibrand? Yeah. Is that all Hildibrand had to say? Or do? Mayhap we could use more small folk to watch the roads in and out of the observatorium. Assuming you have the capacity to conduct yourself in a unassuming fashion. Fear not, my fellow inspector, for I am a master of disguise. Have you any information regarding the duelist himself? Description? You never thought to ask Humphrey, did you? The thief is said to be a towering brute dressed in red who was a... It's Gilgamesh, man. Oh my god, come on. A man so garishly dressed should be easy to find in snowy Coerthus. Then I suppose we won't need your help after all, do we? Come or don't, I couldn't care less. You seen you. Also, Gilgamesh isn't very smart himself. Pray forgive my lateness. Greg, my good man, what a pleasure to see you again. We just received information regarding the weapon thief. The victim described himself as a halberd-wielding brute dressed in... Do you have it, Hildibrand? Have you pieced it together? It's him. Oh my god, you ridiculous outfit. Hildibrand, oh, I need to smack you over the head, do I? Also, why am I just standing here? Why am I not telling him? Your ridiculous outfit. Oh, now I am intrigued. What reasons would a warrior have for wearing impractical clothing? What reasons indeed? It is enough to make a gentleman laugh. Yeah. Likewise. Alright, so we are going to go first. Allow me to summarize our content. Current plan of action. Our destination is the observatory and our mission is to pose a goodly small folk in accordance with Inspector Briarden's instructions. So we're going to dress up, and actually should the situation demand improvisation, we are to disregard those instructions. Any questions? No. Then let us sally forth at once. All the way to Corthus. Go, Argus. I like to think that Vernat is still with us, since Argus is here. Hail to the fellow servant of justice. I take it you are one of the many tasks of transporting a counterfeit treaty blade. There, you've mistaken me for someone else, sir. At ease, Sergeant, there with us. More small folk. Keep an eye on them, or else. But sir, bugger me. He has more responsibilities now. Don't you bloody move until I get back. This is the duelist, by the way. Oh my god, what is gonna happen? I say, is this a land so inhospitable? Is this land always so inhospitable? Fighting winds and endless snows. Mayhap keeping active will help me stay warm. And oh, should I chance to find a thieving duelist, I of course will summon you after administering the requisite beating, haha. See you, Gilgamesh. Good, you're still here, Wasn't there someone else with you a moment ago? I speak of Greg. He ventured outside the gates mere moments before your arrival, all eager to catch the thief. As we are, come Nashu. You two must answer to the call of duty. You look like you might actually be useful. Why don't you have a word with my man near the east gate? We are undermanned over there. Hold on, is that a Dragoon quest? The hell? Did I not do all the Dragoon quests? Oh, never mind. You see that just now? No, I don't think my eyes were playing tricks on me, but there's only one way to be sure. You wait here. Okay. Spectre over there, look. What is it, Nashu? Pray tell what you see. Aha, I see, Demon Bird. You will not escape me this time. Why hello there, my friends. Is aught amiss? Oh, it's just Greg. For a moment I thought you might have spotted our thief. Come, Nashu, we have lingered here overlong. We must aggress post-haste. What is happening? Is Gilgamesh gonna end up stealing the sword, I wonder? But it seems like Gilgamesh is just trying to find the bird that stole his weapon. There's not out of the ordinary here either. Oh, luck. Hey, chicken. I scorned every elm of this area Novel. I can only conclude that having learned that his opponent was to be the legendary Inspector Hildibrand, the duelist renounced his criminal ways and retreated into hiding. Yeah, he definitely did, Hildibrand, didn't he? Yeah, definitely what happened, clueless. That's Gilgamesh. Or perhaps he's waiting patiently outside the walls for more wagons to leave. That being said, should you decide to venture into the wilderness, you had best arm yourself with more than your wits. I appreciate your concern, Miss Ellie, but a gentleman should abstain from violence unless absolutely necessary. I'll fight for you, Inspector. I even found a weapon to use. Bud of 12, is that the self-same spear which propelled me to the Red Moon? Wherever did you find it? It was buried in the snow. Okay. Well, one cannot ignore the will of destiny. Return it to me, Nashu. Hildibrand's dragoon. Oh, okay, that makes sense how he was able to jump so far into the sky. And then women said he came crashing down. Though I will still endeavour to avoid fisticuffs, I will duly be armed should worst come to worst. Now, we begin our search for the duelist to the east of the observatorium. The devs are just teasing us. With Gilgamesh just running back and forth. Wherefore art thou my nefarious nemesis? It was not the selfsame creature, but one of many. Nevertheless, I know that my weapon is close by. If I remember, you had a halberd or a spear in that tiny cutscene. You sense it too, don't you, Nkiru? Also, I'm super curious as to what the hell Gilgamesh is chasing. I know it's a bird, but what exactly does it look like? Huh. Good run aside. Greg, I've been meaning to ask, why do you code this weapon so? But if you beheld it, you would understand. In some ways it bore resemblance to a spear, but in other respects it was quite different. Yeah, I figured it would be that. It was crowned with a magnificent axe blade, to which it was welded a musket barrel. Oh, it's a gun spear blade. Interesting. Is no one gonna say anything? Am I not gonna say anything? It's one of the first weapons I added to my collection after arriving in these lands. How are you going to reclaim it? Strongest of spears. Are you gonna say something? Oh, what's gonna happen? That weapon of yours bears a striking resemblance to the strongest of spears. I claimed this weapon 5 years ago. Surely you can't be so serious. Now you call me a shirley, no matter. Give it to me. Give it to me. Are they gonna fight? Oh, they're not gonna fight. They're just gonna tug of war. The spear and I have travelled together to the very heavens. I will not relinquish it again. The spear and I have bested many a man together. I will not relinquish it again. Not sure what's gonna happen here. And we are at an impasse. Okay. What are we gonna do about this, Nashi? I can't believe I'm saying this, but well done, Inspector. Oh. Are they gonna say that Gilgamesh is the thief? Thanks to you, we've caught the weapon thief in the act. Miss Ellie, you are grossly misreading our dispute. Greg is a good, honest man who I am certain has never stolen a weapon in his life. Indeed, I have not. Every weapon I have claimed was by rights mine. I think. Let's read it. Each was a trophy for besting my opponent in single combat. Uh-oh. I believe that constitutes as a confession. Seize him. Yeah, seize Gilgamesh and see that he does not completely thrash your ass, Riordan. A confession to what? I have done naught. Bah, you are all beyond reason. Ah, yes, my plan to secure Greg's confession was utterly flawless, and his capture will be a coup de grace. Run, chicken. Well, my plan is thus far flawless. Griffin Crossing is still impassable. I know who you are, even if that imbecile doesn't, so let's not miss words. Only you have the skill to face the duelist in battle. Yep, not wrong about that. Gilgamesh is one of the best fighters. Even so, your strength alone will not likely suffice. I suggest you muster what allies you can. Huh. Oh. What's up, Hildy? You got taught a lesson, did you? Ashu? Miss Ellie? Ah, my good woman, it is a relief to hear your footfalls. As you have doubtless deduced, I was unable to prevent Greg from escaping through the doors. I must leave the rest to you. I'm surprised to see that Gilgamesh is not a summon. He's an actual being. Interesting. Hey, Gilgamesh. Yes, it was I behind these doors the whole time. You took so long to arrive, I was getting worried that you might have gotten lost. Huh. So he was waiting for us? Long did I wonder what your role in this play was, a silent guardian, content to watch the events unfold with minimal interaction. At last, I understand. We were fated to duel, you and I don't think a black mage weapon is your pick of choice, though. That's me, and you may have despair. Fail, and your weapons are forfeit. Fair terms, do you not think? I will even extend them to your allies. I grant you leave to summon others. After all, it will avail It will avail you no advantage. For Gilgamesh, it is embiggening time. You can make yourself larger. Okay. Chicken. Okay, so that's fine. Wait, what the fuck? I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Is it here? What? I did not realize this was... Try, what the fuck? Okay. Interesting. I don't think anyone's doing it. I could, unsync and do it myself. I wonder. I'll give it a few minutes and... If not, then I'll just do unsync, unfortunately. Average wait time 13 minutes, which is a tiny bit concerning. Do they not drop materials? They do. I think at some point I was farming Caracal skin. Wonder if they sell a lot now. I might have to do this unsync. Don't believe anyone would be doing the Hildibrand. I mean, considering that 6.25 will release the relic weapons, and they did give us an idea that it would include Hildibrand. Then when 6.25 drops, then there will be a bunch of people doing Hildibrand. At least who haven't. I will just unsync. Unfortunately, I would love to do this with a full party, but it seems like I'm going to have to wait a while. I'm curious as to what the music is. Oh, Gilgamesh's theme. Wonderful. Damn, I wish I could do this properly. I guess I'll do it properly after I finish Hildibrand's quest. Right, let's very slowly kill Gilgamesh. I do want to see a few of his attacks. Considering his ARR, I don't believe it'll be that tough. Oh, Gilgamesh.
Go on, as you do. It's true. Your favorite.
Okay. Oh, chicken. I don't think you can kill me, can you?
Fine. I admit it. Why you all eating? It's just too much for me. Not my line.
Second phase. I guess I shouldn't thunder because it is thought damage.
I've been hurt. This is far from the strongest of spears. I feel so betrayed. Goodness gracious. I just remember.
Okay, a bomb. Oh. Oh, there's actually stage transition. He should dive the dot. Right? Oh, that one didn't. No, it didn't. Bunch of chickens.
I must say, I quite enjoy these tussles. I feel we've gained an understanding. And understanding, I will pound you silly! Aha!
Show me your attacks, Gilgamesh. That's a front cleave, okay. Do I have to hit you? Oh, there we go. Alright, I got turned into a toad. What happens if I... Right. They explode. What else do you do, Gilgamesh? I mean, I'm presuming it's a lot harder because there'll be other people and AoEs will be on them as well. Okay. Stop it, chicken. Stop hitting me. Why are there other chickens? Is there a mechanic with the other chickens? I'm gonna bring you below 50% and see if something different happens. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I will end it after I turn back. Oh, no, just mini actually. Okay, let's end this. If I can, that is. There we go.
I won't go down so easily.
Sorry, buddy.
Well then.
Don't worry, I don't want your weapon.
For now.
Ooh. Oh my god. No way. Yeah. Gilgamesh, I think you need to find your Enkidu. And not replace it with a chicken painted green. Oh, what's up, Hildibrand? Alone yet still armed. In any case, he seems satisfied with the halberd. We will proceed with the delivery. Right, back to Esper Bay. I mean, even then, the trial probably wasn't that hard anyway. Considering it is a side quest trial. So I don't feel too bad having to do it unsynced. Right, Daruda. What have you say? What say you? Hildibrand. Ah, 'tis more magnificent than I imagined. Will make a fine addition to my collection. Oh, what's up, Maria? And with that, our business is concluded. Cheers. Ah, I feel sorry for Maria. I genuinely mean that in your case, by the way. All's well ends well, right, Inspector? Though it's a shame that Greg turned out to be the thief. Here you are, Inspector Briarden. Did you not wait for me at the docks? Oh. Oh boy. Why are you all staring at me so? Oh, never mind that. Where is my treaty blade? But didn't we just give you the treaty blade? Uh-oh, we have a master disguiser. Yep. That's kind of scary to look at. Oh, Godbert's here. Disguise yourself as the client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant. Was the mum that we were speaking to before telling her daughter to go fetch the vase? Was that also the doppelganger's work? Because Maria did seem a little bit sad at the very end there. The man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he always issued his challenges in person. What do you have, Hildy? Dear gods, isn't it obvious? What is it like in your funny little brains that must be so boring? Okay. If the man in red did not send any challenge, then who did? Indeed. Oh god, but are you gonna... Oh... Okay... Is he gonna hit? Ha ha ha. Deserved. Deserved. Right, there's your frontal cortex. I believe this is addressed to me. Condescending Inspector Briarden. Piss off. 400 years have I sat, 1,000 faces do I wear. What is yours will be mine. I shall come to claim the Lapis Maiden's virtue. Many-faced phantom thief. Interesting. The design and wording are the same as before. The thief who stole the treaty blade sent. Okay. What is happening? Very well, I, along Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, once more accept your challenge. Overshadowed, are we? You want to challenge her? Stand and face me, you buffoon. I'll be honest with you, Hildy should be able to demolish this guy. Not in brains, but strength, because he is Godbert's son. Oh, Maria's finally laughing. How dare you all laugh at a time like this, after allowing my precious treaty blade to be stolen. And you, Maria. Well, I suppose it's a little funny, isn't it? Good to do dashing to and fro, a pale gentleman, Thomas. You know, it's been far too long since we've seen a show. We should head into the city later, just you and me. That's nice. Managed to warm her mom's heart. Not too bad, Hildy, not too bad. You are indeed a Madville man. Mark my face, O phantom of many faces, for it is the face of the... Huff, huff. What is going on, though? Elixirs. Okay, so these do come in episodes. Fienders, so they claim to their maiden's virtue. Tear of jealousy quickens within an inspector's soul. And true love bloom on this battlefield. Okay. Lala's. You guys. I presume fighting for her love. Question mark? What do you have to say? Hey, what's with the goggles those men were wearing? They look special. Maybe if I ask nicely, they'll give me a pair. I guess we'll find out next time. Please stop what you're doing. Right, Eddie. Eddie's put skills as a reporter to good use. Ah, there you are. I've been doing some investigating of my own since we last parted. I believe I found our Lapis Maiden. The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one Master Guguromu, a prominent member of the East Island Trading Company. Her eyes and hair. Isn't this guy a Lala? Her eyes and hair, a most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say that the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. All this is about to change. A rumor has it that the girl is to be wed. Huh. And not to just anyone, mind you, the heir to the Brugere Consortium. A formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast to be jointly hosted by two family businesses. The venue is Costa del Sol, where the preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is here that the thief intends to strike. Wait. Oh, right, a thief. I couldn't be more certain. So there's a thief just chasing us and doing stuff. Huh. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not going to miss, and you're welcome to come along. Right, off to Costa. And isn't Guguromu Ilala? Let's see. Is Ilala. I'm not going to question in terms of relationships. No comments from me. You're not one of my associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. You have no business here. Be on your way at once. Beg your pardon, good sir. My name is Eddie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. If I might just have a moment of... Ah yes, the two-guild sensationalist rag. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled phantom thief and his letter of challenge. If you have come to tell me my daughter is in danger, I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that money can buy. And who... okay. These guys think they're so cool, don't they? The brass blades of Gilgamesh, an elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. Say one of them once caused a man's heart to burst just by... Buddy, did you not call out the lie as soon as you heard that? The moment they set their eyes on the would-be thief will be his last. If the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or those goggles serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous, got him, Briarden. Consulting Inspector Briarden, your reputation precedes you. And what, pray tell, would you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities to Renege? I'm not sure how you say that one. Renege, on my word, would have dire implications for the family trade. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious skill. Very well. Let us see if your reputation is deserved, but consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Oh, I see. I see Hildibrand and Nashu in the background. Hildibrand's wearing a red suit. Such a touching concern for his compass. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. But do tell, Inspector, after you slipped under our noses the last time, what makes you so confident that you can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi, and it is painfully obvious. A letter of challenge, a precious treasure whisked away from his rightful owner in broad light of day. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden in using the same methods he used to abscond with the treaty blade. Oh, he still has the treaty blade. Even now, the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to Miss Arabella at the feast. Right. So, could quite literally be anyone. Have I already narrowed the field? No, you haven't, because it could be anyone. Arabella's betrothed bands would be obvious target for our thieves. So too would be his father Morgant. Okay. Yato Noto and his wife Sena, the guests of honor, will receive toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Gugu Remu himself. Finally, we have Luna, a steward of Gugu Remu's estate, and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. Okay. All the key players, save for their Lapis Maiden herself, have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the phantom thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. Yeah, also Hildy. We will begin our questioning of the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you are to report back to me at once. Yeah, aren't you forgetting, Hildy? Hildibrand, Mandeville. You smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from a mile away. Who's clapping? Pleasure is all mine, contriving Inspector Briarden. Forgive me not for revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a bit of preliminary and undercover investigative work. Who is clapping? Get to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. Yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even my own. Also, are we staring at his arse as he's saying this? Fear not, friends. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor as only a Manville man can. Also, fish. It's gonna do the pose. Oh, I didn't realize Nashu joins in. He does realize there's a fish on his head, doesn't he? Good, Inspector. I realize we have not seen eye to Monaco in the past, but a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another. Nashu. Let us put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Also the goggles. Me assist you? Aren't you a funny man? Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless that not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so by keeping watch over the suspects. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this may be asking much, but do try not to do anything too stupid in my absence, will you? I think you're forgetting what Hildibrand is. I would speak with you, not here. I'll be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, or we do not have the luxury of time. Okay? So he has a plan for us. What do you have to say? Inspector Briarden seems to have taken a liking to you. You should be proud. As you can see by the treatment of someone we know, the man doesn't suffer fools too lightly. It is not by fate's whimsy that we have been reunited here today, my friend. You were destined to be by my side, as I have apprehended the fiend and defend the fair maiden's virtue. Right, Briarden, what do you have to say? You come, excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get to more important matters. Before we proceed, what might I call you? I wonder. An unremarkable name, but it will suffice. Now answer to me this dealer. You were there when the phantom thief in the guise of Lady Deruda stole off with the treaty blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? No. Not as far as I could tell. That is for me to know. Means keeping it to myself. Identical appearance means absolutely nothing. Perfect mannerisms. All of these are just bad. You keep your observations to yourself. That or you have none to import. Either way, I can respect a woman who would listen instead of speak. There are two aspects of the Phantom Thief's costume that drew my interest. Interesting. Okay. First, the utter perfection of the physical disguise. Okay. Well, that doesn't really mean anything. Okay. Thorough inspection of the mask left behind the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is stone that allows him to change. It is the stone that allows him to change appearances at will. This, however, was of secondary concern to you. Okay. From movements to mannerisms to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look at Lady Deruda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. Okay, get to the point, Riordan. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely, that not even their closest friends or family could detect. That ought is this. All the key players arrived at Costa del Sol 3 days ago when preparations for the banquet began. This would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. Yet some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the mind of our phantom dealer. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? I guess the brass blades. Also, wrong choice. I should have picked. I will not say. Precisely. Clearly, you are far less useless than the bumbling inspector whose company you keep. Strong in armor, few of words, able to come and go as they please. A fearsome reputation to scare away those any who would draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question the brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for 3 days past. A thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. What is that jingling noise? Oh, that's the music. In addition to general security duties, each of the blades has been assigned to serve as bodyguard for one or more of the guests. The man can tell us of his assigned charge. Like as not, his answers will reveal the current identity of our thief. Okay? Our thief would not have had time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin to search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. Okay, so we're gonna search for a unconscious man, I guess. So he is disguising himself then as this guy, I will presume, unless he's left this here as a decoy. Excellent, you are one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Let the gods please free me from these chains before the snippets eat me alive. There, now tell me all that you can remember about what happened to you, and try to be brief. We just arrived in Costa del Sol, had a briefing of sorts. Master Guguremu gave us each of our orders, who we'd be looking after and the like. Had a mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I knew, I felt a thwack on the back of my head. When I came to, here I was, stripped to my skivvies. Much to the chagrin of those who have to look at you. You say you receive orders from Master Guguremu? Who was to be your charge? My memory is hazy, but one was Morgant, father of the Groon, the other was Alafelin, gent from Limsa. Noto. I try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, yes, there was also a steward, Lennart. I was to review with him the schedule of events, discuss the protection, key, supplies, that sort of thing. Morgan Yatanoto, you Leonard, thank you for an incompetent fool. Your testimony has proved astonishingly enlightening. Did you stop calling people stuff, you arsehole? I shall see this man back to the city and in the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol to continue the investigation. Okay, cool. So we have three places, I guess. Go on ahead of me for the love of God. Just make sure that Emzo doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Speak with Hildy. Ah, there you are, friend. And not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did your Inspector Riordan's avenue of inquiry bear fruit? Oh, you changed back to black. Morgan Yato Noto and the steward Leonard, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I had considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildibrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the Inspector returns. Fear not, my friend. My Inspector shall be none the wiser. Haha. If he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. I don't think... Just because... Oh. I'll just leave it to you, Hildibrand. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal what a rogue that you are. Please don't do that, Hildy. Don't try to rip someone's face off. Right, Morgan. The... groom's... father. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal. Criminal mastermind. The merest slip of the tongue could put our case, nay, our very lives in danger. Have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill, and that you might record every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from you, from Mandeville men of ages past, to reveal our foe. Okay. We can think of a few topics that would interest my readers, less than your blatherings. Catch the thief so I can have my story, would you? Don't worry, Inspector, I brought my quill and journal too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Capital, this is why you're my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now behold, as am I ensnare our prey with a web of words leading to his inevitable demise. Will you? You're not going to do this to all three of them, are you? Good day, Master Gilgamesh, and a fine day it must be for you, most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella. Yeah, wrong person, Hildy. Guys to your left. What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter, you. Just who in the seven hells are you anyway? Guards! Guards! Now, how old you chocobos, Gugaro? I recognize this lad. This is Hildibrand, ancient inquiry and inspector extraordinaire, come to save the lovely lass from clutches of the old phantom thief, have you? I reckon we owe you, the man, our gratitude. Hi, Vans. The phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. I said my betrothed must be quite a beauty indeed. There are such rumors told about her. Perhaps she's worthy of me after all, haha. Oh, this guy's got big ego. Well said, Hildy. He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effort. Flashing challenged youth. Most suspicious. Damn, he's sight easy on the eyes than you. Oh, whoa, Ellie. That was not needed. Ha ha ha. That's me, Vance. Never calm in the face of danger. Truly his father's son. A worthy heir to the Brigade Consortium, and a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families, or family, I should say, ho ho. Which reminds me, Master Vance, Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you for the golden class you sent her some months ago. It has not left her neck since the day. Oh, that little trinket? Just nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the world will be hers once we are wed. Haha. Oh boy. The time-honored mandible, art parley. We'd be sleeping in the fishes now that Morgan spoke up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between these three struck me as particularly unnatural. Let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Oops, I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. I sought only to earn the trust of families before confronting Yotonoto and Lewinhart, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend. Right, I guess we're gonna start shenanigans with these guys now. Both of them. Not seeing your faces around here. With the East Island Trading Company, are you? Alright. Oh yes, good sir. Very much with them. Some might even say we are the East Island Trading Company. Ha ha ha. Oh, pleasure to meet you. You tell, is the lapis made it as lovely as they say? Say Nana's hair's no slouch herself, but like me, she's getting on in her years. No offense intended, my dear. Is that your wife? Should you be saying that kind of shit? Oh, but where are my manners? Yotonoto, oh, the Brigade Consortium, and this is my wife, so say, it is your wife, say Nana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the months and years to come. I dare say this wedding and joining together of our family businesses couldn't be happening at a better time, with all the manner of fell beasts and beastmen taking aim at our wares. Right, this was definitely supposed to be done in ARR. Obviously in Endwalker, the tribes are working together, right? They're not stealing or doing anything. They have land, not fighting. Yeah, this is AR, so you still have the problem, tribes and whatnot. Why, just the other day, the shipment of imported foodstuff was waylaid by the Mandragoras, and nasty buggers, the lot of them. If they were 20 years younger, I'd dust them up myself. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dust them up myself and make salad out of. You have heard of Mandragoras, haven't you? But of course, I once spent a year holding my body and mind with the fist of rock. Oh my god. No wonder you're somewhat. Well, you look shredded, Hildibrand. Presume as shredded as your dad. My fellow monks and I chant several hundred mantra or sits a day. Your food stores were occasionally raided by a ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as Mandragoras, yes? Did it kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourself from time to time? A fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it that they will not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested from for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why they struck at the larder here just days ago, our supplies were decimated. Fear not, milady. I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce. It arrived safely some time ago. Put her down, say Nana. Forgive my wife, she's always saying how meat is bad for her figure, and with that I best go prepare me a speech. Carry on, lads. Criminy. None of those three were suspicious in the least, but we must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. Where there's a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu. You must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one come to harm. Speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. The lapsed maiden shall not be the only one come to harm. Not sure that captures the Inspector's intended meaning. But this is no time for us to be standing around, Inspector. Standing around. Inspector Briarden will be back any moment now, and he's not the type to suffer excuses. Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate the few stuff of which Master Leonhardt spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man a prime suspect. Inspector Briarden will be back before long. Come, Nashu. This is no time to delay. Right, we are going to check the food stores. If anything's fishy, Leonhardt is to blame, I guess. Let's see. Why is it just sitting out here on the beach? I don't think this is a good place. Crates of assorted foodstuffs and veritable host of luscious looking coconuts. It appears that our man Leonhardt spoke true. Good gods. Okay. Are those... oh, they are explosives, aren't they? Are those explosives? I spy concealed amongst these coconuts. Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear we have found our phantom thief after all. Interesting. Oh. Ashi. Oh, those are mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to settle them down, you see. And those coconuts were looking awfully... oh my god. Ashi. What are you doing? Actually, far be it from me to cast you down on the choice of hobbies, but what in the name of 12 would possess you to bring your creations to an investigation? Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time, and I just thought, that seems to mean you won't be needing this piece of driftwood either. Driftwood? What? Enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it would somewhat be... I fear it somewhat misdirected. Now set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes like the astute... this is... driftwood? What is up with this driftwood? Why are we talking about driftwood? What is happening? Is that supposed to be a clue? Am I stupid? I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Briarden is otherwise occupied at the very moment. Were he to chance upon his scene, he would veritably explode in rage. I guess the clue is supposed to be that driftwood? Am I stupid? Am I supposed to be realizing something? Now let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fiery demise. Confounding Inspector Briarden, explode a fiery demise, got it. Are you sure about that? Uh-oh, don't look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two are supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The Inspector will have a fit if he sees you here. But, Miss Ellie, should Inspector Briarden come upon these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire. He's not wrong about that. He and I will see that the Inspector keeps a wide berth off this beach. You two, just get out of here and be quick about it. Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Briarden has led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us and we must heed this cry. Am I missing something? Oh. Hey. Are you? Hey. I guess he's the culprit. Okay. So, Hildibrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed. Indeed, but enough about Hildibrand. Delia and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and... An excellent idea, Miss Eddie. Ah, yes, that spot over there just by the crates should suffice. There, of all places, but surely we could find somewhere more scenic. I'm not here on vacation. I'm here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. A junk-littered beach should afford us some welcome privacy. Yes, Inspector. Privacy indeed. I mean, it's not like someone's gonna light it on fire unless that lava field that we saw is gonna do it. Bloody hell, don't worry, Delia. I'll figure out some way to lead him clear of the bombs. Oh, was that driftwood there for the fire? I wonder. Or to cause a fire, that is. See. Yeah, a lot of still there. Wonder what's gonna happen. The driftwood's still there. Hildibrand's over there. Okay, driftwood. Bombs. Okay. Is it me or is there chill? A bit of chill in here. Perhaps we should go somewhere warm. Nodders. I for one welcome the respite of sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. Yeah, you like heat, do you? Well, it's like the bombs. If you insist, Inspector. Oh. I mean, it's not gonna explode, right? It has to be lit on fire at least. Through the question of a brass blade attacked by a quarry, I have identified the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Morgan, Yatonoto, and Luna, the 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over. Completely distracted by the bombs. Are you 2 listening? Of course we were. Beg your pardon, Inspector. You look unwell, Miss Eddie. Perhaps you're right. I do feel chill wind blowing in. Maybe we should continue our conversation elsewhere. Perfect. Damn it. No. Intent doesn't work. Oh my god, I hate clicking. But there's no need. How do I... Oops. But there's no need. Wait here and I shall build us a fire. How do I get rid... Oh, I don't think I can. Methinks the Inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of him locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinite small. Infinite small? What the hell does that mean? Here we are, a piece of driftwood should serve perfectly. Please don't tell me you're gonna light a fire. And that's fortunate you'd have it, I just haven't. Oh. Okay. Actually, you should not be excited. What are you doing? Get Hildibrand's face. Yeah. Let's just slowly back away, should we? There's no cause for alarm. It is not the blood that causes through the Inspector's veins, but ice. You cannot fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch. Yeah. Unless something happens, a remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Okay. What have we here? Everything is proceeding with my... Oh, for God's sake. Are you serious? Could this be another challenge from the Fiend? Sure, let's go with that. Surely you just inspected it. It was nothing like his usual cards, you see. Doubtless, it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Others? Perhaps so, but we must exercise caution. As due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. Oh boy. What will they say? Oh no. Oh, Nashu. Stop it. Don't sneeze. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It's not the lapis maiden alone that shall come to harm. Oh my god, Nashu, you didn't even write it properly. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. But what is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. Final page? Oh no. Confounded, yeah. Okay. Confounding Inspector Buriadin will meet a fiery demise. Oh, Nashu. Nashu sneezing. Yeah, you better well damn get that torch. Where'd you get it? Yeah, you got it. Oh. What are the chances of that happening? Okay. You better stay very, very still. Am I just gonna stand there? Are you gonna grab it off your head? Oh, Nashu. I was wondering what was up with the sneeze. Oh boy. Oh. R.I.P. Hildibrand. I guess this is where the quest ends. Ostrich. Briadin's fine. Eddie's fine. Hildibrand needs a new set of clothes. Briadin's not that smart either. Then again, he doesn't know. You saw through the Fiend's ruse, but how? Let's just call it a porter's intuition. Are you hurt? You're ringing in my ears, but otherwise no worse for wear. You have my gratitude. Are you also not gonna thank Hildy for saving your life? Hildibrand Mandeville, were you able to learn all of the Fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Excellent. I might have died in shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. We must redouble our vigilance lest the others come to harm. Yeah. Vigilance? Yes, vigilance is order of the day. What in the name of gods? Owl's teeth, those vegetables cost me a fortune. They're ruined. Ruined. Agent of inquiry? More like agent of injury and incompetence. You are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in jail. Speak with Leonard. Okay. I know I could speak to the guys, but there's so much dialogue. I don't want to keep reading. There's already so much reading. I don't want more reading. What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? They're not. The fiend's artless intent on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Guguremu, is that the Guguremu? Door seals would say, I don't think I'm saying it right. Bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods, this is no thief. This is a madman. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear will prove a difficult task. Those crates contained imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in particularly short supplies these days, with the mandragoras at large. Even if I were to place an order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The mandragoras, I've heard of that fell band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name, but it very closely resembled the Eozine dragon pepper, save for its color, which was a deep purple. He thinks you does worry too much, Master Loonheart. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back. I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of Gabera proved unable to resist them. Oh, a formidable foe indeed. With only a brave soul in our midst, with a want for taking on fearsome enemies, with not a shred of concern for her own well-being. Yeah. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say yes, I shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. My eyes said that? I don't know if my eyes said that, Hildibrand. I think it's you saying that. You are truly a godsend adventurer. Once Son Dimmel of the Yellow Jackets have been charged with defending the roads from Mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without these ingredients, Master Guguremu is like to cook me instead. Please, friend, you are my only hope. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go on an errand. These gentlemen would never let a lady face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. Alright, Hildy's gonna help us. How? I wonder? I don't know. Alright, this is the guy that deals with Mandragoras. If you come for the Mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late. As we were, blast it all. Hear the poor merchant tell it. No sooner had he opened his cargo hold to check on shipment of vegetables did an onion turn on him, screeching bloody murder. Huh. fled his own vessel in sheer terror he did, but by the time he came to his senses, it had set sail without him. The merchant left for Airport hoping to recoup his losses. If you've a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear. This sad tale, okay. Ah, is the thrill of chase not invigorating, my friend? The ferry docked by the fisherman's bottom will carry us to Airport. Let us be swiftly on our way. Right, to Airport. To a victim. Tiny trader. Eek. Don't sneak up on me like that. I thought you were a thorough turnip. You murderous eggplant or something like that. I think I just do you. Be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice also took out your eye as it did mine. My eye. Oh, my nose is itchy. By the time I regained my wits, they had already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined. But never see another bleeding onion till the end of my days. It'll be soon. Right, so we have to go find his onions. Okay. Seeds of rebellion. Oh. I'm sorry, I don't want to kill these guys. They look cute. To hear most of it say, the mandragoras are a nasty lot. A right pain in the arse to farmers and provisioners over the realm. But let me tell you, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow fronts from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution. Madness, you say? Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra to see with your own eyes. A vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. Interesting. I want to see that actually. This muscle-bound fellow with a dim expression. I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Have you? Look at me. If it ain't the undead overlord that fancies himself a gentleman, Inspector. Huh. Which would make you could it be the adventurer that bested the thieving Judas in single combat? Oh. Guess word has spread. Sure. Well, bugger me and call me Inspector. Tell me, is it true that the Judas travelled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? Well, he didn't have a crow. This time he had a chicken. That's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your race. And that's exactly the fate we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. And I mean that literally. As we speak, the mandragoras are planting themselves and a whole army of their own kind in the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you go there and uproot them before the harvest continues. Comes. Many a case have I solved in my day, but I've not matched wits with this sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra. Right, so it's going to take us to the Isles. This guy takes us. Yep. Oh, they're just everywhere, are they? 3 buds. Oh. What is that noise? Is that Mandragora? You feel a hostile gaze upon you? I believe it is. One here and then one over there. think I might... Mandragora might pop up. Right. Oh, interesting. Maybe over here then. I guess you got thumped in the head by a Mandragora. Friend, my pursuit of Mandragoras has led me beneath the surface. Yes, they must be down here somewhere. I don't think that happened. Okay. It's a fate. But what do I do? Oh. Oh my god, you got bigger now. I'm sorry, but they look cute. I don't want to kill them. Oh, he's running off. Oh my god, I'm level 50. Let's kill the guard just I should probably under. I might get hit by that. Just flare. Oh, they're all spreading out. I don't know if I should AoE if they keep running about. I should probably also switch to a different class if I'm gonna have to do fighting at level 50 because Black Mage at level... Oh, I fucked that up. It's completely horrible. Are you going to be invulnerable? Yeah, you are. Hey, Queenie. Invulnerable, I presume, so let's kill you. And now you are vulnerable. Sorry, Queenie. Right, back to Costa. Learnhardt, your return. I feared you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. The stolen food stuff, you saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Gilgamesh is quite particular about his seasonings. Oh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable case was a pleasant diversion, but it's time we return to the case. And now there must be some clue that yet eludes us. Oh, the peppers have changed color. Huh? What's this? The peppers possess the same powers of disguise? No, Hildy. No, Hildy. As our many-faced foe, a gentleman must needs investigate. A striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Learnhardt described. Perhaps we have recovered the wrong case? But look here, Inspector, the crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol, so how curious. Did I say purple? I meant purplish blue, or bluish purple? Two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. I don't know about that, buddy. Blue's blue, purple's purple. Unless you're colorblind. These purples are, have the most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Yeah. Or he was colorblind. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Oh. It's him. Trade is up after the man. It is, as I suspected all along, the gods have proved the key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu. The fiend must be brought to justice. Alright, let's go chase the double towards the north. Oh. You've fallen over and died, have you? You can't be dead, right? That's Hildy for you, son of God, but you can run, but you cannot. If you thought you could outsprint this manville, man, you were sorely mistaken. Pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of what it was I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest. I think you might be dead. Done in by a stepper, a fitting end to an ignoble thief. Let us see what lies behind the mask. Okay. Where am I? Who are you? Oh, is this the real Leeuwenhoek? Ah, playing fool will avail you naught. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken. Whoa, Hildy. That took quite a turn. Notice. By Nashu. Wait, I remember now. I was on my way to meet Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella, I must find her at once. My head. Got smacked in the head, did you? It would seem that this man has no mask. This is the true Leeuwenhoek. I swear my life that is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in an instant he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managing to grab a kitchen knife into the right man's hand. In the end though, he proved too strong for me. Now that you mention it, the imposter was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There's still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. Yet he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had the time to thoroughly research his new target. Most importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply to return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all present. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Leeuwenhoek back to the estate. You might ensure that Miss Arabella's safety. Oh? I found you, my little ones. Let me guess. You seethed with anger at those who took from you what was yours. They're really cute. Others. Then it would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. The game is afoot, inspectors. So the Mandragoras know the true face. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? Alright, there is Arabella. There you go. Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Oh, Lewin, always the warrior. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, I just wanted to see the flowers. You do look like a kid, Arabella, actually. Lovely though these flowers may be, they are unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry Inspector Extraordinaire. Please call me Hildy. The pleasure is mine, my lord. Much have I heard of you these. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Arabella, but still, you gentle heart. Well, as long as Hildibrand is on the case, a fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Mandeville aim. Oh, God smile on me indeed, to send such strong and handsome gentlemen as my champion, and yet... You seem pensive, milady. Is something the matter? To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love fans. Why, I have not even met him. He sent me this class as a betrothal gift, a treasure for my treasure, where it always, the message said, I do not care how beautiful it is, it might as well just be a golden shackle. Not wrong, Arabella. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. An arranged marriage to a youth, you have not even met, unconscionable. Father says that this marriage must happen, that is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true old Don, but if I may be so bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Yeah, because he is a Lala. Quite so. Thank goodness. Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well. Wow, these guys are just orphans. So as servant rather than son. You may think father I called him a miserly man, but to me he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vance if that will make father happy. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are beautiful. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have looked far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of the... Are you hinting at something, Hildy? If I... if I have to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, you shall return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I as well must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. I wonder what will happen. I wonder if Arabella will continue with the arranged marriage. I must return to the estate to prepare for the banquet till we meet again, friend. We've not a moment to lose, friend. The time for our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Manville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. It is an art that I would impart to you as well, friend. Oh, there will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. No doubt it shall prove as invaluable in your adventures as it has in my investigations, or failing that, serve to entertain you when you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol, a fair maiden's life hangs in balance. Ushu, Miss Ellie, with me. Alright, Briarden. How are you doing, buddy? Inspector Briarden, I've seen to the maiden's safety. Miss Arabella will be along soon. How fares your investigation? I've canvassed the grounds, but none of these guests are concealing their hands. How can this be? The thief must be somewhere. Miss Arabella just left her estate, I hear. I suppose we'll find out soon enough if her beauty is truly a match for her own. For our own, teehee. There's no time without the thief in custody. We cannot risk allowing Miss Arabella to take the stage. But Inspector, Vance and his family will not take kindly to his betrothed's absence. That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the Inspector here will think of something. Me? What do you propose? You are the expert at creating diversions. Can't you just knock over something, blow something up, or the like? You know, like you always do. Inspector Briarden, I knew the day would come that you'll recognize my many talents. Probably not, Master Vance. Yes, for the sake of the maiden, a gentleman would do what must needs be done. Now, a lot of that is also not true. Poor sop lacks even the wits to know when he's even being insulted. Now to the task at hand, we must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here there are the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying about. Perfect. Delia, find some suitably ordinary garb and deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. I shall proceed with the investigation. Right, get clothes for Arabella. Has the Lapis Maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty for myself. Gurgariju? How's Gurgariju? Oh, is that the other Lala who's actually in control of Costa? Service garb, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing, but we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Do with them as you will. Right. To Arabella. Yeah. Oh my god. Right. Greetings, friends. Oh, what's this you have for me? Servant's garb? But why? Miss Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise that you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony, Father will be furious, and Lord Vance. You are dealing with the man who tried to blast me to the heavens and almost succeeded. You cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety. You should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father stands to gain from it. Lewin, if father had heard you say such things... I should have said them long ago, but by not doing so, I've put your life in danger. But besides, we have not one, but two skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice. Very well, I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray wait for me here. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet dress, Inspector? Here, bring Miss Arabella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as to how he intends to see to his task, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Now, let us return to the festivities begin. Let us return before the festivities begin. Right, back to Hildy. Oh boy. Why are we giving the dress to Hildy exactly? Why can I not just hold on to it? What will you do with it, Hildy? Are you going to end up wearing it? Ah, you returned. Me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan to distract Master Vance at this ceremony. Is that all I might do for you? Yep, take the dress. For no reason at all. Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress. I must admit some confusion as to what to do with it, but or not, I shall take it into safekeeping. And with that, I must attend to Master Vance before the ceremony begins. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Briarden and I have the situation entirely under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities? Okay. That is a player, right? Yeah. Alright, I guess we're gonna eat. Curses, how am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about? Oh no shit, it's a party, man. Friends, family, business, associates, this is an honor and a pleasure to welcome one and all to Costa del Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by Brigadier Consortium and East Ardenal Trading Company. We trust that you've been enjoying the fine food, fine spirits, and profitable conversations. Oh, this is Vance, the Lapis Maiden. If even half the tales of her beauty are true, Vance is the luckiest bastard. Oh, is Hildibrand going to end up wearing the dress? I wonder. Let's see. Sorry, I had to put this on for a bit. Yoto Noto's Saying, "None our honored guests, it is a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son Vance, future chair of the Regere Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Guguremu of the East Aldenard Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows today, and the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all." Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing of for far ages to come. Is it going to be Hildibrand? I'm Hildibrand. And well, you had one job. Oh, I believe it might be him. Yeah, she's beautiful. I believe it is Hildy, isn't it? Bit of rabble expecting otherwise. She's my bride after all. Shut up, you suck up little shit. They say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray give me your hand unto me. You little shit. Take it. My sun and stars, yes. Yes, 1,000 times. Yes, I'm yours and shall be forevermore. Oh my god. Yeah, that's what you wanted, did you little shit? What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? Not quite I intended, but I suppose it serves our purposes. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have assumed the maiden's parents to ensnare the vile fiend who would take aim at her life. Well, you just outed yourself, didn't you, Hildibrand? The fiend who now lies defensively before me. The game is up, fans. Or should I call you by another name? By another name, the thief of many faces. What is happening? Now she's falling asleep again. Me? The thief? Are you mad? It appears that my masterful deductions have proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well, allow me to elucidate. While there is not a soul in Rome who has not heard of the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty, there are two men here in Costa del Sol who have gazed upon her lovely visage before today. Her father, Guguremu, and her steward, Loonheart. As you yourself admitted on multiple occasions, Master Vance, you were to have your first glimpse of your bride to be today considered in this light. Would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? I think anyone would, Hildibrand. Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know that at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? I'll save you, ye of 1,000 faces. Yeah. And anyone else with their half-wits about them? Oh, buddy. How dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest that pervert at once. Lock him up in a jail and throw away the key. What's gonna happen now? Oh. So he does know who Arabella looks like. How? Arabella? Oh, thank the gods you're safe. Come with me quickly. There's an age. Oh, he is. He is. Oh. From the necklace. The glove on his right hand, could it be? Are we just gonna let him do what he wants? Oh my god. Okay. Hmm. That man is a fool, but it would have been behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not, and what is yours is now mine. That's the thief. Stop wasting your time with that imbecile and arrest him. Oh, it is the Mandragoras. I'm sorry about that. They're completely harmless, man. Oh my god. Please don't. You came all this way for me? You love me. You really, really... I'm not sure what's happening. What the fuck is happening? Okay. It's able to just disappear. The attention is most flattering, but I've taken what I came for, and now I must away, my lords, my ladies, till we meet again. She's having fun. Having trapped by her stepdad. I hear that the royal Vans was found bound and gagged in a storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I'm sorry. For what, my lady, the banquet was more excited than I ever could have hoped for. Vans and his father were furious, of course, and our marriage has been called off. Cool, that's good. Perhaps it is for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy by living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildibrand, who taught me this lesson. It's the first time he's maybe heard praise? For the love of God, somebody find him a change of clothes. But one thing still puzzles me, the thief's challenge. I said he would steal the lapis maiden's virtue, yet in the end he only took her neckpiece. Now that you mention it, Master Gilgamesh, looking at a Mandragora in the back, told me about the class when it first arrived. Engraved with the mark of the Sun Goddess, it is one of the most treasured pieces from the Brugere collection. Many know it as Zayma's virtue. Oh. The Maiden's virtue indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take extra care to read between the lines. They're gonna fight again? Yep. They're waiting for a card. Who's it gonna hit? Oh? Oh, poor little guy. No. The hell? Oh my god. Are you serious? I want to catch this thief. I want to kill him. Okay. Fiend plays us for fools. Give that to me at once. When we meet next, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Another riddle. If nothing else, it appears the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of my assassination. Still, we must ever be on guard. The fiend attempted murder once, may very well do so again. Verily, Inspector, I must agree. One can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer. Is he a murderer? Oh, he is a murderer. He killed that fucking Mandragora. What piece of shit. Hear me, man of 1,000 faces. You sealed your fate when you called me out by my name. Mark my words. When next we meet, you will be mine. Yes, it was the Phantom Thief who was to blame for that bomb. Truly, verily, Ubity the Phantom Thief. Or certainly, ha 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 ha. Aw, poor little Mandragora. Alright, what is it for the next episode, I wonder? Oh, it didn't give us the scene. Parlay minigame. Huh. Okay. Oh, it did. To the victor goes a priceless treasure. Oh, with the smile of a champion holds a secret. Oh my god, but oh, Gilgamesh. Oh, it's the boss. Tentacle boss from one of the previous Final Fantasies. Oh, chicken. Gilgamesh. Oi. The key to the next case is also the key to the storeroom. Be sure not to lose it. Wait, it's a real key and a figurative one at the same time? Oh my god, but is that even possible? I guess we'll find out next time. What is happening in the background? Boy chest, right? Party, I know. I will end it here. Something came up which I do have to deal with. So I will end it here. I'll continue to do the manifold quest lines until they're all finished. I didn't realize it would be this long. I didn't realize there would be this much amount of talking and dialogue to read. It's okay. I wouldn't call it extremely. Actually, I probably shouldn't say anything. It's okay, right? It's okay content. It's not something I would consume. If anything, I would have. If I wasn't streaming it, I actually would have just skipped up to this point. Because it seems like it's the same old gag over and over again. I don't need to say it over and over again, but who knows, maybe it'll completely change. Yeah. Thank you to anyone who's watching. I don't think it is, but if anyone is, thank you. Stream tomorrow until it is all done for prep for the 6.25 relic update. Again, thank you. I will see you guys tomorrow.